Good evening and welcome back to another edition of the Kaye Games channel. My name is Kaye. It is good to have you with us today. Today we will be getting into the Train Sim World 6 preview today on Train Sim Classic. We have the Morristown Line, which is a line I'm very familiar with, being that I'm from the area, followed by the Riviera Line, Paynton to Bristol. Then we will hop into Germany and hop on the Lipzig to Dresden line. But without further ado, let's get into it. And here we are in Penn Station. I'm just going to get the cab set up. Put that into forward. Turn on my instrument lights. And I'm going to hop out of the cab and make sure my headlights are working. There are the headlights. Next, I'm going to set up this camera. Passenger's camera. Change the view. I like this view. Number 3 camera. On the side. Open the doors. And we are scheduled to depart in just about 3 minutes as we see an Amtrak train approaching us. I believe it'll be coming into the track to our left. Hop outside and get an actual better view of this. I don't think I've ever noticed the sparking of the overheads, but that was cool to see as it lumbers into Penn Station at 15 miles an hour. And as you can see, we are driving the ALP 46 today. 45 DP is the livery that's coming out in a couple of weeks for Train Sim World, but I'm an actual fan of the 46, so we will be driving the 46 today. As we check in on the passengers. just about another minute before we can actually depart. Hopefully this light will change. All the signals in front of me seem to be red. I'll give it 15 more seconds and I will tab through it. Don't need any spads before I even leave the platform. And it's not changing, so my approval. There we go. Now it's green. And we can take off soon.
This is a New Jersey Transit Morristown Line to Dover. The next stop will be Secaucus. Stand clear of the closing doors.
Stand clear to closing doors. Brakes off. Applying power. 15, leaving the platform. 60 once we get into the tunnel. Followed by a 75 on the other end of the tunnel. Next stop is Secaucus Junction. Cellar train passing us. As we enter the tunnel under the Henry Hudson River. As we get up to 60 miles an hour in the tunnel of the Hudson River. Next stop is Secaucus Junction. 75 on the other end of this tunnel, entering New Jersey. One thing I've always noticed about the trains in America, they always announce themselves when they are entering a platform, usually like a mile out.
The next station is Secaucus Junction. This is Secaucus Junction.
Coming up on Secaucus. This is Secaucus. Doors are opening on the right.
Please make sure you have all your belongings with you upon exit. This is the train to Dover. The next station is Newark Broad Street. Stand clear the closing doors.
Next station is Newark Broad Street. We'll have a 60 coming up for the bridge. Stella train passing. Right now we are in the Meadowlands. Next stop is Newark Broad Street. I-95 above us. As we get up to 60 miles an hour. If you look to your left, over those warehouses is where the New York Red Bull play. Harrison, New Jersey, which is just before you hit Newark. But we're veering to the right here, and Newark would be more where this bridge is. Central Newark, anyway. We're still technically hitting Newark.
This is Newark Broad Street. make sure you have all your belongings with you upon exit. Orange. Stand clear of the closing doors.
Next stop is East Orange. Up here is where the Gladstone line breaks off. It branches off to the right, while we will be going straight. As we climb uphill with a 1.1% gradient. As you can see, a train waiting to cross on the right there, coming off the Gladstone. Gradient. As we get up to 60 now. This is the Morristown Line, New Jersey Transit. We are on our way to Dover from Penn Station. The next stop is East Orange. We are in the oranges. I sometimes make fun of the UK for some of their names, but we have some pretty funny ones too.
Please mind the gap upon exit. This is the train to Dover. The next station is Brick Church. Stand clear of the closing doors.
Next stop is Brick Church. Brick Church.
This is Brick Church. Please make sure you have all your belongings with you upon exiting. This is the train to Dover. The next stop is Orange. Please make sure you have all your belongings with you upon exiting.
Next stop is Orange.
This is Orange. This is the train to Dover. The next stop is Highland Avenue. Stand clear of the closing doors.
Next stop is Highland Avenue. As I announce myself, bells.
This is Highland Avenue. Please mind the gap upon exit. This is the train to Dover. The next stop is Mountain. Stand clear of the closing doors.
Next stop is Mountain. This is a Morristown Line train to Dover. Now, I understand why Dovetail Games is only going to Dover. It's still a good, decent run. I believe the route is probably like an hour, maybe an hour and a half. You can still get some good, you know, stations in between. But the actual full Morristown run, the line goes out to Hackettstown, which is pretty much on the cusp of Pennsylvania. And the only difference there is after Dover, the line is all diesel. Understandable, you know, we still have...
This is Mountain. Please make sure you have all your belongings with you upon exit.
We still have the dual-powered ALP 45 that they're giving us. But to add another extra half an hour, it's either, I guess, harder or easier. But for me, it's just, if you're gonna do it, just do the whole thing. Honestly, that's how I feel. But just getting a decent metro in 6 is not bad either, I guess. Doors are opening on the right.
This is the train to Dover. The next stop is South Orange. Stand clear of the closing doors.
Either way, I'm just glad it's not something out of California, which is what they've been giving us lately. And I would have been really pissed had that been the case again. A nice addition would have been the Bright Line out of Florida. But to actually get a route that's actually in my home state, I have no complaints about that. I realize we're getting the ALP 45, but I kind of feel like you just gave us the same train because we already had the ALP 46, even if it is dual powered. They kind of still look the same, except the 45 doesn't have a double cab. Like there's no cab in the back of this if I wanted to reverse. But it is what it is.
This is South Orange.
I mean, I still like this unit, so I won't complain too much about it. Like other streamers I've been seeing. I'm more of a UK train fan anyway, so getting 2 Birmingham routes is so cool. Doors are opening on the left.
This is the train to Dover. The next station is Maplewood. Stand clear the closing doors.
These stops are so quick. I haven't even tried to hop out. But it is what it is. Maplewood is your next stop. I'll check in on the passengers. And another thing, this is one of the busiest commuter lines probably in the world. These seats should really be full, if you were to ask me. I've been on these trains. I was just on one the other day. These trains are usually all full, and these are bi-level cars. They're usually pretty packed. So I hope they actually get that right in Train Sim 106. Approaching Maplewood.
This is Maplewood.
Doors are opening on the left.
This is the train to Dover. The next station is Milburn. Stand clear the closing doors.
Milburn is next. Also, they're redoing the whole, well, not the whole, but they're redoing the New York, New Jersey part of this Northeast corridor. It has one of the oldest tunnels and trackage. I believe it's over 100 years old. And when Hurricane Sandy happened many years ago, it actually made the tunnels even worse. So they are building two brand new tunnels to the left of the tunnels that we actually took coming into Jersey. They're building two brand new ones to enter into New York City. A brand new bridge span just outside of Secaucus Junction, with new tracks and everything. And once that's completed, they will remodel the two existing tunnels that lead into New York, giving us 4. So we should have pretty much 4 brand new tunnels entering New York. With that said, they also want to build a brand new Penn Station. That's actually really cool. I'm all for that. The only problem is Madison Square Garden sits on top of Penn Station, and the Dolan family does not want to leave, although they're living rent-free. So there's a whole issue there too.
This is Milburn.
But it should be some exciting time pretty soon to see what they actually decide. This is Milburn. Doors will be opening on the right. Watch your step exiting, doors opening on the right.
This is the train to Dover. The next station is Short Hills. Stand clear the closing doors. This
Short Hills is next. This is a Morristown train to Dover. Full beans. This is leg 1 of 3 for our Train Sim World 6 preview in Train Sim Classic. Morristown Line, Penn Station to Dover. Next, we will be jumping into the Riviera Line, Paynton to Bristol Parkway. I realize it should be to Exeter St. David's, but that's a pretty short run, and I like playing with trains, so I made it a little bit longer. Then after that, we'll be jumping into a Germany route, Lipzig to Dresden. Should be fun. Stay tuned. As we have a 1.4% gradient coming into Short Hills. Short Hills is next.
This is Short Hills.
Watch your toes. Doors will be opening on the right. This is Short Hills.
This is the train to Dover. The next station is Summit. Stand clear the closing doors.
Summit's next. As we continue to head west in New Jersey. Starting out in Penn Station. Now, freight does run on this line, but just a little more further up. I've recently gained a newfound respect for freight. My only issue with freight is I don't like driving that slow. At least on a simulator. I'm pretty sure it would look very cool if I was in an actual real cab driving a freight train. Not having to pick up passengers, although I love picking up passengers. I think it's the coolest thing ever. But to actually be in charge of heavy machinery like that, even though it's probably just you and like one other person on the actual train, being in charge of heavy machinery like that, it sounds cool, but it's very dangerous. So I have a newfound respect for actual freight drivers. As we climb up this gradient of 1.4%. I'll let the speed of the hill naturally drop me down past 45 miles per hour. I'll try to keep it paced so I don't lose speed coming up this hill. Slowly come off. Announce my presence. Bells. Whistle. Announcements.
This is Summit.
This is Summit. Doors will be opening on the right. Have to overshoot. If you're in the last car, you will have to walk forward. Doors are opening on the right.
This is the train to Dover. The next station is Chatham. Stand clear the closing doors.
Doors are closing. Buying power. Next stop is Chatham. Beans. This really is a cool route. This route was actually put together by a group off of Facebook. I believe it's called the Northeast Corridor. I think there's more to it, but if you type in that, you can actually find this group. They usually work on a lot of Amtrak stuff. Like there's a guy on there called Repo. Like if you're familiar with the editor in Train Sim Classic and you have some Amtrak stuff, his name is all over it. So he's actually really good at this stuff. And there's a whole bunch of other people who actually work in that community as well. And their stuff is on Train Sim Community as well. It's all good stuff, man. The community, I would say, is keeping this game alive. Because Dovetail, I still have not seen any support for this game, even though they have put a message out in Steam about how they're still in support for it and everything is third party. But where do we get our information from? Like, how do we know when something new's coming out? Or for that matter, how do we know who's coming out with new stuff? Like, there needs to be a main page that we can go to check out, new information about this game, because there is such a big community for this game. I would probably even say it's bigger than Train Sim World. Like, there's a really huge Dutch community. There's a really huge French community. And I would even say there's even a really huge, like, German community with German content. So, let alone the American stuff that I see, because I'm from America, there's a really huge community, and everybody buys DLCs, and everybody wants to share their scenarios in the workshops. But like, I just wish there was a main page we can go to visit to be up to date. Train Sim World, they promote all over the place. Social media, YouTube. Where do we go for TSC? And this is what I play the most because there's such a big variety of what I can play. Just like the 3 new routes that are coming out for Train Sim World, we've been had them in Train Sim Classic. The Voyager, we've been had that in Train Sim Classic. You know, so it would just be cool if we can actually get some support. This is Chatham.
This is Chatham.
Doors are opening on the right. Short platform. If you're in the last 2 cars, you need to walk forward.
Please mind the gap upon exiting. This is the train to Dover. The next station is Madison. Stand clear the closing doors.
Doors are closing. Madison is next. Madison. This is a Morristown train to Dover. Next stop is Madison. Will Beans. We are in the ALP 46, my favorite American train, followed by the Acela train. This is the Morristown Route DLC off of the New Jersey Transit revamp. Download in the workshop for Steam. It has every single New Jersey Transit route on it. I've also recently downloaded the Port Jervis part of it, which actually is run by Jersey Transit, but it runs into New York. So it's technically not a Jersey Transit line, although they run the actual track. It is my actual line from where I live now, and it takes me out to my mom's house up in Middletown, New York, on the Port Jervis line. It's a very long run. If you got a couple hours, then you'll enjoy it.
This is Madison.
Coming in a little hot here. They're not going to give it to me. Okay, let's crack on.
This is the train to Dover. The next station is Convent. Stand clear the closing doors.
Next station's Convent. We have a 0.5 gradient here. Up to 70. % gradient coming into Convent.
This is Convent.
Street level crossing. Lap brake system. Doors will be opening on the right.
This is the train to Dover. The next station is Morristown. Stand clear the closing doors.
Now clear the doors. Morristown is next. So if you're not familiar with the lap system braking, it's kind of a two-step braking system. You have to go into a certain level of piping the brake, and then you put it into lap, hence lap system, and it holds that amount of pressure as we pass our first free. It holds the amount of pressure that you have in the pipe and continues to brake off of that. Now to adjust, you need to release that pressure if you don't want to go any slower, or if you want to go faster, you have to add more pipe into that, so that it'll make it an even harder stop for you. And it kind of took me a while to get used to, like for a while, like especially on Train Sim World, when I first started playing the AOP 46 on a Jersey Transit. It took me a little bit to get used to it, because I'm like, well, how do I know when or how much I need to put in? Actual drivers use landmarks, and they know how much pounds of pressure they need to put in when they see the landmarks. And that's all off route knowledge. I don't have that route knowledge. I try to play as much different routes as I can. So for me to get used to that, I had to continually play the New York to Trenton route. And I actually do enjoy that route. So I'm pretty happy with the lap system. Would I want to do it for every train that I drive? Oh no, not at all. I kind of like the braking system on most of the UK trains with the PVCs, but to do it permanently on every train, nah, I'll pass.
This is Morristown.
This is Morristown. Doors will be opening on the right. Sure, I got every car on. Doors are opening on the right.
Please make sure you have all your belongings with you. Please mind the gap upon exiting. This is the train to Dover. The next station is Morris Plains. Stand clear the closing doors.
Morris Plains next. Morris Plains. As we get closer to Dover. Should be roughly about 3 or 4 stations left. Morris Plains, Mount Tabor, Denville, and then I believe Dover. Might not specifically be in that order. I might have a station or 2 next in. But we are coming to the end of the line. Not technically. So as I said, it's an actual really good run, even if it is going to Dover. It's still about a good hour, close to an hour and a half route. So it's pretty decent. There's no way I can complain about that. And the Leipzig to Dresden route is probably a good hour if you do an express run on that. So just imagine all the possibilities with all the local action that it would have. So I think that would be a good route as well. And anything Great Western Railways to me is a great route. Everything in that area down there is just off the chain, beautiful scenery. I've done it so many times and just train some classic alone, leaving Penzance, or even going to like Bristol and like even Swansea. So all in all, I'm happy. I'm one of the few people who are probably going to be totally happy with Train Sim World 6, even if they do have to buy a whole new train game. But it is what it is, man. If you're a fan of the content, you'll buy it. A lot of people complaining, but they'll buy it. They just complain about it having to spend money so that they can actually put content and people are watching. I guarantee you, those people that are complaining about it will still be making videos with the same content. I guarantee you. Watch. After like 2 months, I'm gonna make another video saying how much I was right about these people who are crying wolf over having to spend money for Train Sim Classic.
This is Morris Plains. Please make sure you have all your belongings with you upon exiting. This is the train to Dover. The next station is Mount Tabor. Stand clear the closing doors.
Mount Tabor is next. Now the community has actually made this route that I'm playing right now, this DLC. I've actually been toying with my own idea of making a route. I'm a little rusty, but I'm trying to recreate the Elizabeth line, or actually trying to create the Elizabeth line out in the UK. But I have no knowledge of what I'm doing, so it's going to take me a while just so I can actually get up to speed on my route building. But it should be fun. But this one looks really good. Like, there's a route that I'm currently working on right now for my next video not streaming, but an actual video. I know you guys have been waiting for a while for this. There's a route I'm working on now, and it has tunnels for a good like 4 or 5 stations before it actually comes outside. And it wasn't made by DTG, so you kind of notice that it's not made by DTG. And the tunnels, and I'm not knocking the person who actually made it, the tunnels are very dark. And just knowing that I wanted to create my own route, I wanted to actually add some lights into it, but I can't figure it out. So now I have to play with the dark tunnels and find a way to actually make it look good, you know? There's also no AWS system in those tunnels, which I won't really complain about, you know? It's better than anything I've done, so. But we'll see. Stay tuned for that. It may be coming out next week. For all my followers who wants a video that I have not done in a while. Coming up on Mount Tabor. This is a pretty part of this Western New Jersey. I would love to move this far out, but it just takes so long to get back towards New York City. It's almost like 2 hours driving. It's close to the Delaware River, which is what separates New Jersey from Pennsylvania. It's too far for me. I'm a city boy. I want a country life, but I don't want to be country, if that makes any sense. This is a very short platform.
This is Mount Tabor.
Street level crossing.
This is the train to Dover. The next station is Denville. Stand clear the closing doors.
Denville's next. street level crossing. This next station is Denville, where we will meet back up with the Gladstone Line, which should be to the right.
This is Denville. The next and last stop is Dover. This is Dover.
Doors are closing, stand clear. Next stop is Dover. Next and last stop is Dover. Where this train will terminate. That's beautiful. That is beautiful. Check on the passengers one last time. good to get that number 4 camera in there, at least once. That was the first spaced out station that we've had a chance to do that with, so real good. As we approach Dover at a 25-mile-an-hour coming up. Start braking a little bit. Track 2, we should be on the left, entering Dover. So I will need to slow down. This run was quite enjoyable. Always good to have a run in my home state. Although I am originally from New York City, I reside in New Jersey. Coming up on Dover, approaching our final destination, entering the platform at 25 miles per hour on track number 2. As we veer to the left here, just gonna add a little brake. Hop outside. This is Dover. Doors will be opening on the right. Please make sure you have all your belongings with you and have a nice day. Thank you for riding NJ Transit. This is Dover. This will be our final stop. Everyone, please leave the train. This train is heading to the yard. Really wish they would update these sims. So outdated. And that will do it for the Morristown line on Train Sim Classic. Nice, clean run. I thoroughly enjoyed it. Can't wait to see how this plays on Train Sim World with the more enhanced graphics. Me personally, I prefer Train Sim Classic because of the variety, but Train Sim World should provide a more better feel as far as graphics wise. But I digress. And now off to the Riviera Line, where we will play with the Super Voyager on Train Sim Classic. Here we go. Okay, welcome to Painting. Tab set up. That's the key. AWS.
Welcome to the remote radio test unit. Please leave your message after the tone.
This is an NRN radio test call.
Doors open.
This is an NRN radio test call.
Welcome aboard this cross-country service to Bristol Parkway. Please mind the gap upon boarding this train. This train is ready to depart.
Not quite yet. 30 seconds. Doors should be closing. What's up, Saquon? How you been, buddy? As I wait for these level crossings to close. Just know they weren't closing for me. They were closing for the oncoming train that's approaching us. Next stop is Newton Abbot. How you been, St. Clinton? It's good to hear. I've been doing well myself, can't complain. Gonna get tired of that this whole trip. Fortunately, I cannot take the vigilance off. Today we are in the Super Voyager class 221, leaving Paynton, heading to Bristol Parkway off the Riviera Line. Just doing a little Train Some World 6 previews. I realized the TSW 6 Paynton Riviera Line probably is not going to go to Bristol Parkway, but I just felt like finishing at Exeter was just too quick, so I just extended it just a little bit. But we're in the Super Voyager. I really like this this loco. It's not a bad diesel. And I love this area of the UK, so it's very scenic. It should be fun. I just got back from the UK earlier this week. I was not fortunate enough to actually get on one of these or head down towards the Dawlish Riviera area, but I was able to see a sleeper train for the first time. And I must admit, it is a beautiful sight to see up close. It had two Class 57s on both ends. And those GWR sleeper carriages, also pretty cool. I got a chance to chat with the actual driver as he was standing in front of the train. You know, we chopped it up a little bit. It seems like he appreciated my knowledge and love for trains. I left there feeling really good, although it was like 11 o'clock at night. It was really nice to see. It's good to nerd out with people who actually are nerds with you with certain stuff. And I actually got a chance to pick a couple of people's brains out there, as I did a little rail fanning as well all over central London. I believe I talked to one driver of the class 378 off the Mildmay over in Stratford, and I think one of the questions I asked them was why they have two different color locos that they use on that line. Like the front of one of them is yellow, and then if you look at another locomotive, it's orange and blue, like just like a class 710. So I was able to pick his mind on that, And he seemed to be very impressed with my knowledge of just random stuff about trains that no one else would probably care about. As we get up to 45 miles an hour here. The next stop is Newton Abbot. In just under 5 miles. As you hear this Voyager humming. But overall, it was very fun and very enjoyable. My trip out there. As we pass another Voyager. As we start to head down. Just gonna brake a little. Should be picking up speed here in a second. I'm up off the brakes. Full beams. Still on a line.
Please mind the closing doors. The next stop on this train will be Newton Abbot. We will soon be arriving at Newton Abbot.
Thank you. Still heading down. I've actually done 3 videos in this area of the UK. This goes to show you how much I really enjoy this area. Ever in a Voyager. Wish I had a foot pedal for that. Approaching Newton Abbot. Less than 2 miles. It's good to be back on a PC. No 2-step brake. As we connect to the main line, which should be approaching on the left, if I'm not mistaken. Just a warning for the 40. Yellow, single yellow. Drop down 30. Inspecting red. So a little more. Clear to the platform. Just gonna apply a little more power.
Please make sure you have all your belongings with you upon...
This is Newton Abbott. Doors are opening on the left.
On exit, this is Newton Abbott. Welcome aboard this cross-country service to Bristol Parkway. Please mind the gap upon boarding this train.
Pardon.
This train is ready to depart. Step in and stand clear of the closing doors. The next stop on this train will be Exeter St. David's.
Next stop is Exeter St. David's. trains. It's that one lonely tree to the right. But look at that view. Simply gorgeous. Up outside. Not quite the red rocks yet, but that's still a beautiful sight. But that was an 80, not a 60. As we approach Tameth. Just under 15 miles to Exeter St. David's as we approach the Red Rocks. This guy is just too cool. $60 miles heading into the Gaulish area. so much beat in this thing. Up to 75 now. really would like to talk to someone who actually lives in this area, just so I can see how they feel about this area. As we get up to 100. Little more than 6 miles to Exeter St. David's. As we enjoy this lovely drive in this Super Voyager. Heading to Bristol Parkway.
We will soon be arriving at Exeter St. David's. Please make sure you have all your belongings with you upon exit.
Should be a warning coming up soon. Yes. Dropping to 75. Minimum braking. Should be another warning coming up as we come closer to Exeter St. David's. %, braking. Voyager passing. Exeter St. Thomas. Jump off the brake.
This is Exeter St. David's. Welcome aboard this cross-country service to Bristol Parkway.
This is Exeter St. David's. Doors will be opening on the left.
Please mind the gap upon boarding this train. This train is ready to depart. Please mind the closing doors.
Next stop is Taunton. Taunton. "28 miles to Taunton." As we get up to 100 miles per hour in this beautiful cross-country Super Voyager. Leaving Paynton to Bristol Parkway. It's just a shame we didn't get a chance to go over the Brunel Bridge. It's actually my favorite bridge in all of Train Sim Classic. Haven't had a chance to see it in real life, but I plan to one day. If I had money, I would just visit every place in the UK that I can. I would go see all the major castles and swing through the marshes. Maybe my next stop will be in Birmingham, as I make my way towards like Newcastle and Scotland, to the Highlands, Aberdeen. Hop on a sleeper. Finish my tour in London, which I'm quite familiar with. For some reason, my camera is not acting right today, so I'm not popping up on the screen as much as I usually would. Like, I'm looking at myself right now on the preview in OBS, and I'm red and dark when I know that this camera is shaded because I really have not changed my settings. My lights may probably have a problem with that, but my green screen is not always in the same place, so I do have to make adjustments every time I do one of these videos. But I don't change the green screen colors. So as much as I like seeing my pretty face on TV, I'm gonna forego the camera today. It's almost like it's breathing. Like right now it looks green. Maybe time to invest in a better camera. But for those of you who actually watch my channel for my actual videos and not me live streaming on Twitch, which I do have fun doing, I also have fun making actual videos. There is one in the works right now that should be out soon, possibly next week. And I've been actually working on a couple of other just videos, so expect a bunch to come out pretty soon. I won't say back to back soon, because obviously we're 2 weeks away from the Train Sim World 6 reveal, so I will be playing that on the 25th, and I'm pretty sure it's gonna take up most of my time. But I have not forgotten about you guys who actually like to see the videos, and I assure you that they are coming soon. I do want to compare my videos where I use my announcements to what Train Sim World 6 is gonna have for theirs. And if theirs is kind of meh, I may still just use my own. But you guys know me. I want it as immersive, scenic, and real as it can be. So if it means I actually have to actually still make announcements, so be it. I'm gonna give you what you want. Just over 18 miles to Taunton. Checking on the passengers. Glad this guy is still comfortable. As we drive through the beautiful countryside. In southwestern United Kingdom. There's just so much I want to do, and actually heading out there to the UK just gave me so many more ideas that I would like to make videos for. And I have so much content. Like there's limitless possibilities of what I can do with all of the content that I have. Like my latest idea that popped into my head was doing an actual sleeper series. You know, one run from like Aberdeen or Glasgow down to London in a sleeper with the Class 92, which I love. It's a really good locomotive. But that is probably at least a 5-hour video right there in itself. And then doing the Riviera sleeper from London to Penzance. So none of those are short. And I'm just thinking of all the AI I will have to put in them. Not so much announcements, because it should be a non-stop run to and fro. But it's also night runs. You know, I don't get to see as much scenery at night. But I don't know, it's something I was thinking about. I mean, it'll be fun regardless of which way I go with it, but that's just another idea I could actually do for a video. And I know we have Caledonian sleepers, but I'm not sure if we have Riviera ones. I guess I could look for that. Let's see. Or if anyone knows any reskins available, let me know. Miles to Taunton. As we are on a 0.8 decline gradient. Just under 10 miles to Taunton. Slight braking. Our next journey, we will be in Germany on the Lipzig to Dresden route. We will be in the ICE 3. Right now, we are in the Super Voyager, class 221, heading to Bristol Parkway, starting in Paynton, off of the Riviera Line. Less than 5 miles to Taunton.
The next stop on this train will be Taunton. We will soon be arriving at Taunton.
One mile to Taunton. Start braking. This is Taunton. Doors will be opening on the right.
Please make sure you have all your belongings with you upon exit. This is Taunton. Welcome aboard this cross-country service to Bristol Parkway. Please mind the gap upon boarding this train. This train is ready to depart. Step in and stand clear of the closing doors. Next stop is Bristol Temple Meads. Bristol Temple Meads. The next stop on this train will be Bristol Temple Meads.
How beautiful was that? 36 miles to BTM. Riding in the Super Voyager from Paynton to Bristol Temple Meads. On our way to Bristol Parkway. I love any of those Class 800 trains. Full beans here as I get back up to 100 miles an hour. So got about a half an hour before we reach Bristol Temple Meads. Driving in this Super Voyager Cross Country Edition. I wonder if the drivers of these Voyagers hear those noises in their sleep. So they go off like every 30 seconds. And like I know they wouldn't be doing a 6-hour run all the time, but that's the one constant sound that they have to hear every day, every hour that they're in the cab of one of these trains. The AWS wouldn't bother me as much as that vigilance noise going off. Like, I wonder if they just wish they could just turn it off. Although I know they can't. And just do their run without it on. I realize we have the option to turn it off. Not in this situation, though. For some reason, it is not an option on this Voyager. But to hear that every 30 seconds And I understand it's a safety thing. But to hear it going off every 30 seconds, and I realize it's for, like, say if you fall asleep, you know, you don't respond to it, it pretty much shuts down the train. But if you're driving a train, you should be full rested anyway. You know, only reason that would come into effect is if you're sick. You know, like say you fall ill while you're driving. That's where that would be very handy, and I'm sure that's why it's there. Watch your toes. As we climb to 110 miles an hour for the first time on this run. Heading to Bristol Temple Meets with 26 miles to go. As we pass all the people on holiday. This is a rocking. And I was assured that all of those caravans are not trailer parks. Because in America, we do have trailer parks, and that looks very, very similar to one. But one of my UK watchers has reminded me that those are not trailer parks, those are people on holiday. So I'm just gonna keep that distinction clear. As we pass by some freight. I gotta tell you, man, I am not a big fan of American freight. Do not kill me, all my American watchers. It's just my preference, I'm sorry. But English freight, I can get into. I wasn't a big fan of freight at all, even in the UK, until I actually did that run from Manchester Piccadilly into France. And that was a 6-hour run. But it gave me an appreciation for UK freight. And now every time I see a 37 pass me, I just marvel at it. Not a big fan of the 66s because they're used so much, but I could actually think about doing a run in the 66, especially with that new enhancement pack. I'm not like jumping up to actually buy the enhancement pack for the 66, but probably one day. I don't know, maybe do something over the worries. Worry lines. The that won't be anytime soon. Wanting for the drop to 100, which I'm already under. $15 to Bristol Temple Meets. Then off to Bristol Parkway, which will be our last stop. Along the western. There's just something about seeing AI pass you. Which is why I really like creating my own scenarios. Because if you're the only one on the track, where's the realism with that? Like, where's the fun? There's nothing to stop you from seeing red lights. Like, you can just pretty much sit back and just let it gameplay itself. Where's the fun in that? There's no fun in that. I like seeing AI passing me. It makes me feel like it's more immersive. Even though it's not accurately timed. mean, that's not a bad idea either. But especially if you're driving like quick scenario or quick drive. But my whole thing is most of these quick drive scenarios, they never have AI at all on it. So I know I'm gonna have to put AI on it in general. So I usually just hop straight into the editor and create my own scenario from off the top and just start throwing trains on, trains on, trains on. And like if you look at the map and like you see like there's way too many trains and it's like, all right, I'll take a couple off. But I just hate I hate seeing no trains. It's not realistic seeing no trains pass you at all. Even if it's like open space country like this is right here. It's to me it's just no fun. I need to see at least something passing me. Just my thought. Especially with this train right here, how fast it goes. Like at some point you're gonna pass some trains. Just hate hitting that vigilance. Just under 10 miles to Bristol Temple Meets. Also, what would make Train Sim Classic or even World a lot better is if they had an actual like radio band where you can get like chatter, like train chatter. I understand they have in the UK they have the GSMR, but I'm American. I want to hear some train chatter. You know, like I want to hear other people talking and saying stuff that's coming up that's important to that actual driver. I understand that's what the GSMR is for here, but you never hear it used because in the game, all they allow you to do is put in numbers and you hear a boop boop. That's it. Is that the only function for the GSMR? No, it's not. I would love to hear a dispatcher telling me something or me actually talking to another dispatcher telling them about issues. I don't want to read anything. Don't have something pop up on the screen. I want to be an actual driver. 5 miles to Bristol Temple Meads.
We will soon be arriving at Bristol Temple Meads. Please make sure you have all your belongings with you upon exit.
Dropping down to 90. Less than 3 miles to Bristol Temple Meads. Coming up. Could be a magnet coming up soon. Platform 4 is a double platform. So to get to platform 3, we need to go through platform 4. This is Bristol Temple Meads.
This is Bristol Temple Meads. Welcome aboard this cross-country service to Bristol Parkway. Please mind the gap upon boarding this train.
Doors are opening on the left.
This train is ready to depart. Step in and stand clear of the closing doors. The next stop on this train will be Bristol Parkway.
Next and last stop is Bristol Parkway. Bristol Parkway. 5 miles to Bristol Parkway.
We will soon be arriving at Bristol Parkway. Please make sure you have all your belongings with you upon exit.
This is Bristol Parkway.
This is Bristol Parkway.
Was opening on the left. And that will do it for the Riviera Line. Painting to Bristol Parkway. For our next run, I'm actually going to do a quick drive scenario. I don't know too much about Germany trains. I will be the first one to say. So me actually creating a scenario for this German route would have been a daunting task. Luckily, when I was preparing for this, I hopped into the quick drive scenario, and to my surprise, there were actually AI traffic on the quick drive scenario. So we'll jump into that. Before I start, I would like to say I have done one run on this just so I can see what it looks like. And the route that this takes to get to Dresden, some of the track switching is not called for, and I'm not sure if that's the actual route for this train, but some of it is not called for. Like, it'll take you out of your way while you're at high speed to veer off to a side track just to put you right back onto the high-speed track. And another thing I've noticed was the HUD, because I'm not well versed with this route, the HUD does not accurately tell you the track speeds at the right time. So most of this run, from what I have seen, is gonna be all driver point of view, because I need to see when all the actual track speeds need to occur on my signage, so I can try not to have so many speeding errors and a possible derailment. So just a heads up for that. And also, I do not know the shortcut keys for all the safety systems, so we will be driving without the safety systems today. With that said, let me jump into the quick drive segment. Okay, so here we are in Lipzig. I just want to point out that this train is actually very beautiful. Right, and if I knew my shortcut keys, I would actually set this up proper. But as I said before, I don't know them offhand, so I'll pop the HUD back on. I'll just jump out and set up these cameras. Oh, really pretty creation, by the way. Scene. Spawn trains. Okay, let's get the doors open. Very clunky. Although it didn't actually set up a Leipzig start point for me with the doors, the passengers on. But I like to do that in my first station. Also don't have announcements for this because I can't speak German. So we're gonna have to forego with that for this run. Hope you forgive me. Alright, so let's take off. So I put it in for it. So we got a 60 coming up. Although it doesn't say it there, and I'm already speeding. Now, I've only played this route once, and in preparation for today, but I will say it is a very pretty route. Once I actually start doing some more German stuff, I will revisit this route. Probably not as an ICE train, but I'll do some S-Bahn stuff. I bought some intermodal trains, and I do have some of those DBs. So we'll see. But if I don't jump out and give you some scenic views, it's only because I am not familiar with this route and I need to focus on those signs. Like, when did it switch to 80? I didn't see a sign. Okay, should be getting up to 160 soon. There's the 150. I'm not even going to turn on the IFB. Just going to have to pay attention. "117 miles to Dresden, platform 5. We should get as high as 200. I'm not sure if those are kilometers or miles per hour, but we should get up to 200. I'm gonna say kilometer. Now I have to focus. As we go faster, the signs get smaller. And now we're allowed to go 200. Just gonna apply some more power. where was the need for that diversion? Thanks, buddy. Thanks for jumping in today. Have a good day at work. Talk to you later. If you are just joining us, we are in the ICE train, leaving Lipzig on our way to Dresden. This is run number 3 of our Train Sim World 6 preview of routes that are coming out in the next 2 weeks. We started off on the Morristown Line. We jumped into the Riviera Line, which we just finished, and now we are in Germany. This really is a beautiful route. I just wish I was a little more familiar with it. Or for anything German content for that matter, where I could have created my own route, my own scenario. Right now we are in Quick Drive, which has plenty of added AI in it, which I find very immersive. My only issue is I do not know the quick key. brake a little bit. I do not know the quick keys for the German signaling. So right now safety systems are not enabled. And I am trying to watch out for all the changes in the signaling and not really doing a job. I just don't understand the amount of diversions that this is taking me on needlessly to put me right back on the main line at high speeds. Like my HUD shows none of these track changes at all. So I can't even rely on that. Not one bit. So I'm trying to focus on the actual signs like an actual driver. But even those drivers at least have route knowledge. I have no route knowledge for this. I have no PZB, I have no LZB, and I have no IFB. It's just all King Kaye making a mess of driving a German ICE train. As beautiful as it is, I'm just trying not to derail. I'm gonna apply a little more speed. "91 miles to Dresden." I would probably say 45 miles to Riesa, if I'm saying that correctly. If you're watching and have any tips on how I could better learn my German routes and signaling, please leave me a message. I'm also on Discord, King Kaye Games, YouTube, King Kaye Games, Twitter, King Kaye Games. Let me know. Empty freight. Oh, 40 miles to Riesa, which should be the halfway point to Dresden. It's going to drop down to 80. is the warning for 80. Like, could someone please explain to me the reason why I needed to diverge off of the main line? Frustrating. Okay, back up to 200 here. $65 to Dresden. Platform 5. I can't. 120 coming up. Followed by at 80. I'm just gonna start now. I have a feeling I'm gonna get owned on this. The warning for the 80. As we are approaching Riesa. 66 miles before we actually hit Dresden. This is about the halfway mark for this run. Nothing but blue skies with some beautiful clouds. No rain in sight. As we pass through the town of Riesa. If I'm saying that correct. I doubt. Give me. Well, where was the 60 at? Come on. Or useless at Virgin. I do like this bridge. Pretty cool looking bridge. Would love to hop out, but I should be getting up to 120 here. Find some power. It's an incredible sound. "43 kilometers to Dresden. Kilometers. I'm just gonna stay at 120. or diverging. Again, what was the point in the divergence? "38 kilometers to Dresden." And I see a 60 coming up. Or diverging. And back on the main line. just over 30 kilometers to Dresden, our final destination. It's not very often that a whole actual route can keep me quiet, but the focus on this route is intense for me right now. Like, I still cannot figure out any of the reasons for the diverging off of the main route to put me on a slow track with a station, and I'm not stopping there. Like, literally, this is a quick drive scenario that's straight to Dresden. No stopping. So why am I diverging onto slow tracks for stations that are off of the main line that I'm not stopping on? I would just like an answer for that. I have none. There's no reason an intercity express train should be diverging onto a slow line or a station that we are not stopping at. This horse wants to run. Let it run. Do not slow it down. This horse wants to giddy up. And you're just grabbing those reins and telling it not to. "25 kilometers to Dresden." I'm gonna recreate my own scenario for this. Now that I've seen it. Dropping down to 100 here. %4 gradient. It's very drastic. Here's the warning for 100. Twenty kilometers to Dresden. Pretty smooth over those junction points. $18 kilometers. Okay, now where? Not gonna lie, this run's got me shaking my head. There's no rhyme or reason to this run. As we get back up to 160, less than 15 miles to Dresden. Full beans. So keep an eye out for unnecessary speed changes. 10 kilometers to Dresden. Pretty soon I'm gonna have to start coming down. Probably to 80. Hopefully I'll see a warning. And it looks like that's it. The N is probably a warning for 80. As I see an 80 pop up on my HUD. Second warning. Just over 6 kilometers to Dresden. There's the warning board for 80. Just under 5 kilometers to Dresden. This is Dresden. Welcome to Dresden. Please make sure you have all your belongings with you. This is the last stop on this train. And there you have it. And now my final thoughts. Starting with the Morristown line, I really feel like it was a really good run. It is a line that is close to my home, so I know it very well, although I don't ride it that often. But it still uses the same trains that I use if I need to go into New York City. So it is really close to my home, and I know it very well. And I appreciated that. As far as the actual DLC, it is called the New Jersey Transit Revamp. It's off of a group that I follow off of Facebook called the Northeast Corridor. And we rode in the AOP 46 today. I know it's not the actual train that we're going to be getting in Train Somewhere 6, but it's pretty similar. Only thing is the 46 has dual ends on their cabs and the 45 does not. And the 45 is also dual powered. AOP 46 is electric. As far as the Riviera line, I felt it was great. Everything I do out of that area is awesome to me. I love the scenery over there. Anything GWR for me is really good. I've already done 3 videos in that area, so I'm really familiar with the scenery, the awesome scenery, and everything else that goes along over there. We rode in that Super Voyager today, and I don't know how to feel about it being a deluxe loco because I've played it for so long and trained some classic, and I feel like it should have just been in the game already, you know. And also anything class 800, 801s, 802s, 3s, whatever it is, I always feel like it's a great ride, so I'm pretty sure we'll enjoy that as well when it comes in. And the added AI is always a bonus. You know me, I'm really big on not driving a train and it's just me on the track for like an hour. Like who wants to have fun just not seeing anything past them? When you're riding an actual train, you get that big gust of wind that passes you every time a train passes you when you're sitting in the passenger seat. You know, I want to feel that. I want to feel like I'm actually in an actual train in real life. So added AI is always a bonus. Plus the added announcements is always a bonus. That's my thing. I want to hear the announcements. I want to hear the onboard announcements. I want to hear the station announcements. You know, if you're gonna go for realism, you have to go for full realism. And as far as the Leipzig Dresden line, I feel like for Train Sim World 6, it's gonna be really good. There's so much you can do on that line. It looks great. If you ask me, if it's done right, it can be one of their best routes. From what I understand, it was highly requested. It's always scenic, you know, and traveling at 160 kilometers, 180 kilometers an hour, you don't really get to appreciate all of the scenery that has to offer. And plus, I didn't have any safety systems on, so me hopping out of the cab would have led to me derailing or something like that. As far as the TSC version of this, I opted to play in quick drive because it still had some of the AI, and I am not too familiar with that whole region as far as like putting trains, what specific trains would run on this line. So I opted to go with the quick drive scenario, and I had issues with the constant diversion onto the slower tracks for no reason. If I am a high-speed train, why are you diverting me to slower lane tracks where I have to drop down 60 kilometers, maybe even more, just to divert to a slow lane track for a train that's not stopping? It should be non-stop straight to Dresden with all green lights, or close to all green lights. And it being a long run is great. I like long runs. I like traveling. Like I don't like stop and go. If I'm a long run train, I want that horse to run. I've said this before, especially with the Pendolino. The Pendolino needs to run, and Train Sim World needs to give them plenty of track for it to run. So hopefully we'll see that with the Birmingham routes that they have. And there's a lot of extra stuff to do on this route. So hopefully it won't get too boring too quick. You know, I look forward to playing all three. It was fun to play on Train Sim Classic today, and I can't wait for another 2 weeks to play them again. But just my thoughts. And that will do it for us today. Thank you for joining me today on the King Kaye Games channel. My name is Kaye. Hope to see you next week, Saturday, 1 p.m. Eastern, 6 p.m. GMT, UTC, whichever it is you guys use out there in the UK. And I will talk to you guys later. See you.